So while I'm waiting for a few people to get on here, I'm going to buff this up a little bit. Just keep myself busy for a minute while you guys are coming on. And good morning, everybody. I'm not a huge fan of using these, but they do leave a lot of little bitty cotton balls on your project. But coming along pretty good. Okay. Okay. Well, good morning and welcome in. Yeah, I'm just kind of cleaning things up here a little bit at the moment while I wait for you all to get on here. And put a little bit of finish on this. A little wax doesn't hurt. Kind of over the top. Some wax on the outside there. Just a very thin coat. You don't want a wax buildup. You just want a thin coat that you can buff off afterwards. Like so. Always keep a wet, lint-free cloth in your wax. It'll stay that way for years and years and years. You get a little bit of a kind of a slow, not really fast turning here. What's going on here? Buff that out. We're going to let that work in there just a little bit. I'm getting ready. I'm just waiting for some people to get on here before we start doing our turning. I thought I would do a little work on that pear bowl that we did the other day. I'm just kind of working on the finish here a little bit now. A little friction. The big things are don't go real fast with your rag. Just go kind of slowly. Only present a small amount of the rag to the bowl. You don't want it to get wrapped around it or something. Okay. Here. That's buffing out pretty good. It'll need a little bit more treatment, and it should be just fine. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and take that off. Ooh. Still feels real waxy right now, so take that off of there. Beautiful bowl, gotta say. All right. Well, this morning, and I guess I should check, make sure you guys can all hear me okay. Hi, Jesse. Jesse, can you hear my voice okay on the microphone? That'd be helpful to know. Hi, y'all. Hey, soldier. I was asking Jesse. Yeah, great. You guys can hear me. Good. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. All right. Take that off because that's dangerous. And we'll take this off. Now, and I'll show you what we're going to start with today. This is one I told you the other day we're going to give it a try. What I've decided to do is go ahead and turn it, and then turn this will be the top eventually. We're going to make a tenon out of the bottom. And I'm just a little curious about this part here where a limb came in and it cracked, and it's continuing to crack a little bit, and I'm just not sure where all that's going to take me. But we'll find out together. I need to take this little tape off here. There we go. Yeah, this presents a few problems. So we will try and address those problems together. Let's see how it's turning first. Pretty good. A little wobble in the camera there, so I apologize for that. But we'll try and get that straightened out as quick as we can. In fact, maybe for now, what we'll do is we'll bring you over to this other camera position. So let me move you over here. So you're on this one. Put you on there. Let you take that angle for the moment. Feel less banging around. Some of this stuff may come flying towards you. Just it's not a 3D effect, so don't duck. All right, now this is where I find out how close I am. See here I'm within that, and here I'm a little closer to that. So not too bad. All right, not too bad. I hope I can keep the I hope I can keep the port mark on, and if I can, then it might make a nice hole. And if I can't, well, we'll make a nice hole out of it anyway. We will persevere, right? All right, I'm going to start with this one today. Let's see how we can do this. Now, because a lot of that is bark, that's kind of organic. Oops, there we are. Okay, I can move this in some. All right. Always want to make sure you manually adjust that first. Okay, so I'm coming in from the wood here, but I'm hitting bark here, so yeah, that'll be just kind of a rough go at first. Creeping on me a little bit. Yes, I know I should really down into my table, but I like this table. It's a very expensive table. I really want to hold it. It's the best place to put my leg. So we're just kind of doing a little tiny bit more speed. One more round like this. You'll notice I have the point up and the base of the tool down. I got it at an angle, pointing in this direction, kind of a 45-degree angle. And I'm riding the bevel. Right here, that's the bevel. That's the attack that I'm meant to do. That's the attack that I'm meant to do. That gives me a lot of control. That allows me to get into the wood quicker. If you went straight on with this, you'd just be going bang, 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 and you wouldn't really be getting it. But if you're pointing at an angle, you're shearing the wood, you get a much quicker turn and a much better turn. I like to put a little bit of speed here. People always ask, is this safe? Well, yeah, relatively. Yeah. I mean, think about it. I've got a faceplate attached on the back here, you can see, and that faceplate is screwed in with 8 screws, 6 screws. So it's not going anywhere. It's not going to come off. It's screwed onto here, onto the lathe. And so this piece of wood is well held in there. It's not going to come off in any way, shape, or form. And even if it did, you got your rest stop right here, and this rest would also help to keep it. And even though it's turning this direction, it would most likely hit into the rest and stop it. It's not going to come off of you. Now, our little piece is going to come up and flash, yes, which is why we wear an apron and when you wear a face mask. So, and with a respirator on it, as a matter of fact. So I'm not using all the wood stuff. If you look when you hit the like button, I would appreciate it. And I'll come over to the comments here and we can have a conversation. There we go. Okay. As you can see, we're about half of a circle right now. This side's all circled. It's just this half because I wasn't quite in the center when I put the faceplate on. You can see what y'all are saying over here. Well, we got 233 people in. I hope you are all hitting the like button. Hi, Jesse and Soldier, of course, thank you very much for being here. So you're lurking about while you're watching, while you're eating lunch. Great. Enjoy your lunch. The wood burners lays gathers no much. That's very true, Wally, and sounds like you know what you're talking about. Um, hey, Michael, welcome aboard this morning. I'm glad you were able to get back up. I know you had a long night last night, up at 4 o'clock in the morning your time with Jamie, but we appreciate you being here. Hey, folks, if you get a chance, check out the board. We're working. I never remember the whole thing. Mike Wilson. Yeah, he has lots of these channels. He's trying to put up some nice videos about making a pen. I think he's putting one up. He said that he's going to put one up today for fountain pens, and I'm interested in that, Michael, because I just bought a fountain pen kit because I'm going to make one for a friend of mine who's really into pens. And I'm trying to I might even do a trade on the channel on one of my lines. I'm not sure. And I'm interested to find out some of the little details making a fountain. I've never turned a fountain pen. I'm assuming it's mostly like turning a regular pen, but maybe some stuff in the assembly that I'm not familiar with. So, that's the fountain part right there. Okay, good. I like to keep bringing my tool rest in as close as I can. And the other thing this does when you come to the bottom is you're undercutting that mountain. If you're cutting underneath, it really bounces. You're not getting stuck. I'll give you an example of that. A lot of people use something like this roughing gouge when they're first doing the bowl, and it's bouncing on them. It works. Especially now that I've got it somewhat rounded. When you're first hitting that board, it's just going round and bang, 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 bang. It's really difficult. And all I'm doing here is basically a little bit off. Whereas with the gouge, I can get back here and I can I think we should be pretty close. I don't know if it's a flat spot now. We're past the flat spot. Good. And you can see how rugged this cork is on this oak. So that's good. Look at that sunshine here. Bring it a little closer to that. That could be a problem, or that could look really, really cool if we can stabilize it. This is a wet piece of cork, so it's probably going to expand some. I don't know if I can maybe microwave this or something to get some of the moisture out of it. I will probably turn this a little bit thick for now, and let this kind of let some of the moisture out. I'll use a microwave to reduce it, and then we'll be able to control some of that cracking that might go on here because it always radiates out from the pith, and this is the pith right here. It's on this piece of wood, and I just wanted to try and turn it and see what we can do. So there. So, okay, so I'm gonna smooth out these sides just a little bit. We'll take that. Oops, I don't want to see right now. I want to straighten it now. It's nice to go. It's green wood. Look how nicely that wood fiber just kind of curl right off. That's the sign of green wood. In fact, it even feels kind of cool on my hand and on my, and when I'm touching it here, you can kind of feel the coolness. That means that's the moisture. I don't know if I can get a moisture reading on this. Let's see. Need to get a new battery in my moisture. Let's see. That's about 20%. You see that? 21%. That's really wet. Okay? You shouldn't be turning it unless it's about 10%. The bottom is about 16. So this is really, really wet wood. And all we're going to do today is basically get it into a good round position and try and preserve it so it doesn't crack. Okay? That's the goal today. So let me get to the back side as well. And let me finish this up. Doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be perfectly round right now, or perfectly smooth, because these are all going to bend out as it is drying. And I'm going to try and put some sort of a tenon on the bottom there. I want to flatten it first, make sure that they're nice and flat. Right. I know you can't really see this part. I can there. Okay, so let me move you to the other camera angle. Ready? Okay. And now you can kind of watch the process here a little bit better. Bring that up just a little bit. Well, we're gonna have to tear out, but that's okay. But yes, we are on the flat now, so good. All right. We are gonna get that tear out because first of all, it's green wood, and we're using a scraper on it, so let's see if this other scraper, this negative rate scraper will take some of that off. There we go. That shaved it off. Now, and then I need to put a tenon in here. So I'm going to use my finger gouge. I need to sharpen my tool gouge here. Being kind of dull. That's okay. Straight here. Yeah, a little bit larger. Someone asked the other day, how do you get that little nipple out of there? So well, you can kind of go underneath it and raise up, and it will cut it off. See right there? That's kind of one technique that you can use. You got to be really careful at it, and I'd say you need to be pretty careful before you want to do that, but that is one technique that you can use. Okay, let's see how I'm doing size-wise. Right there. Okay, so just want to take a hair off of there, and I should be good. Okay, good. All right, so now we have a nice clean mitered edge there. Put it in there. We will tighten that out. Should work just fine. I want to put a little bit more of an angle on that, I think. Just make sure I'm understanding that just a little bit. Just a slight dovetail. I want to make sure that it's dovetailed in there. Okay. And that's the outside. Okay. Now we got a lighter on the other side. All right. Now, a moment of truth. Moment of truth. Let's see what you guys been seeing over here. Yeah, please make sure you're hitting the tapping the button. I see almost 900 people in here right now. Good morning, Ayaba. Good morning, Vala. Valerie and Mario and Git and everybody else. Um, metric drill bits. Actually, I have metric drill bits. 7 millimeter is the standard actually for pen kits even in the United States. So for slim lines and 7 and 8 millimeter are the standards. So I do have some metrics already. And everybody else, feel free to have a conversation in here. Jump in with your opinions, questions, and comments. Okay. Gonna take the faceplate off. Now the downside of taking the faceplate off is I'm committed to turning the inside of this bowl at least partially. I could have just left it the way it is, let it dry some more, become a more dry bowl, but it would also have the tendency to possibly crack more. So, you take your chances. I'm making a calculated risk. It's probably not a very good one, but it's the calculated risk I'm taking. Okay, we're going to put this in here. And we're going to take that miter, put it on here. We're going to tighten it, and hopefully we get it seated just nicely so it holds. And then we can spin it up and it's not wobbling. That looks like it's staying pretty straight. That's good. Yeah, that's even at even at a higher speed you can do that. So good. I just need to make sure the green, because it is green, it can tear out easier. So I got to be really careful of that. I don't want to over push what the lathe and the wood want to do. So we're going to come in here. You can see over there. It's cleared. That's good. And let's do a little damage. See what we can do. Okay. That's just the cork coming off. We're not really getting into the wood yet or anything. I want to see how far out do I want to come. I guess I can come up to about here. There's a little bit of a drop off, but that's not a big deal. Yeah, I think I can come up to about here. Okay. That's what I kind of wanted to see. Yeah, I'm going to need to lower this just a little bit on the press. A little high for this tool. But now I'm a little low. That figures. Okay. Sometimes I wish there was just a little elevator or something that you could press and it'd go up or down. That looks a little hard, a little low still. right, we're going to go with that. See if that works. Okay. No. Yeah, I still want to lower that just a hair more. It just doesn't feel good to me. It's really important that you feel comfortable using the tool. So if it's not in the right angle that you want it, stop and change it. Don't just keep forcing it in. There, now I'm nice and level. There we go. I'm wondering what I'm running into there. There's soft and hard, soft and hard, so I'm kind of bouncing, and I've also got a missing gap piece here that I'm going through, so I got to be kind of careful. So I'm going to raise that speed just a little bit, and not going to push as hard. And let the tool do the work. So kind of get through there. Let the tool do the work. Not pressing at all. I'm just dragging it forward. Take those nice ribbons off there. Now we're getting to the part where the two holes were. That creates a little bit of sound connection. And as we get towards the center, we turn this facing more towards the middle. You don't want to have it way up here. Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of wobble. I want to check my connection here, make sure it's tight. Yep, it's tight there. As I said, when you're working with green wood, you can get tear out at any time, so you got to be really careful with that. Okay. And sometimes you can come from the inside out instead of the outside in. That's what's called stress on the outer edge where it's spinning, and you don't want to have it. You want to put the pressure out where it's pulling it off the tenon. You want most of the pressure to be down and in. Yeah. That kind of makes some sense. You out there? Back for a second. What do you say? Hey, Robert. Hey, Ryan. Yeah, we got quite a few in here. Please hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. And share your comments. That's really helpful. Yeah, while we're turning, we're having a lot of fun here today. This for those of you that are in late, this is cork oak. And we already turned the outside. It's very wet. It's about 21%. This is very wet. It was just cut down a couple weeks ago. So I'm using a variety of different tools to show you how each one of them works. Let's go to the carbide tool. Now carbide, because you're going straight in, working like a scraper, less chance that it's going to dislodge this from its miter. So this is a good way to start off with, because you can just straight in on the edge. block like so. Okay. Doing that, okay? The carbides are nothing more really than a scraper. It's got a very small surface that it's touching at any one time. There's nothing wrong with using this instead of a gouge. In fact, if you really want to take out wood quickly and it's a control thing no matter, I think using a gouge is a much more effective tool, especially on the outside of a bowl or when you're shaping a bowl. Any tool has its work, and I have a key. So I'm not one of those turning snobs that says, "Oh, never use a carbide, only use gouges," anything like that. But if you use gouges, learn how to sharpen them. In fact, these can be sharpened too with a great deal of attention to it, but quite honestly, other than doing a little touch-up sharpening, it's probably cheaper just to go ahead and put a new blade on it if you used everything up on the blade. But even if trying to do trimmings out of a carbide, it's not as easy. Nice ribbon. Great. Well, I got a lot of nice ribbons here to use. Maybe make a pillow out of it later or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's see what we're looking at here now. Okay, I'm past that drop off point, so now I'm inside the wood. I'm still on bark here, but I'm getting down into the where it's going to be all oak all the time. So that's what we want to do. We want to get, this is the danger part up here. Down in here is a little bit easier. We just got to watch for cracks that are building. And normally, I would, if this was a dry bowl, I would be going a lot thinner here. I'd be looking at this and saying, well, maybe I can come down to maybe about here and make it a little thinner, because you want thin walls. Usually when you're a new turner, you tend to make really thick walls because you're kind of afraid. And I don't want to say that in the sense that you're scared really, but you're just not sure of your tool or of your abilities. You don't want to accidentally bump something and knock it off. And trust me, I've knocked off plenty of edges and stuff in my day. But as you get better at turning, you feel more comfortable doing a thinner edge. In fact, we did one just yesterday, I guess. Now this one, I did leave it thick in a sense, okay, because it's still gonna, this is also green and it's also going to warp a little bit, and so I might have to go back and refinish it a little. But you can get really thin. If you look right here, this is a very thin piece of cork, and cork is not wood, it's hard. I also have this branch to contend with, and I figure if I go any further, I'm gonna hit that branch, and that branch is gonna come flying up, and I have a big hole here. So I'm gonna have to be very careful doing the rest of this as we go around. And I can come at some of it from the outside, and I can come at some of it from the inside. But you really want a thinner bowl because you want it in proportion. You want the base and the sides to look like they're in proportion with the bowl. Now this one, I'm sorry, this is the one we did yesterday. And you can see much thinner all the way around. And the thin matches the bowl because it's a very thin bowl. You don't want to have big, walking, thick edges on it, or sides on it. You want it to be thin like the rest of it. I think of this as kind of a key catcher. It's low in the front and higher in the back, so you kind of toss your keys or change, and it goes right here. So So that's what this roll would be. But I was just making it out of this 2-inch piece of wood, or not even 2 inch, maybe 1.5 inch piece of wood. So you watch your walls and set your walls early. Don't wait until you're almost done to then go back and try and thin them out. You want to establish that outside edge pretty quickly when you're turning. And avoid the tendency to do this where it arches into the middle. You're going to have a little bottom like this instead of a bottom like this big. So you want to make sure that you're always now because I have that little dip, because I have that little dip right here, I wanted to kind of give it a chance to ease in, and I'll be able to come back and kind of undercut them a little bit when I get a chance. But that was the idea, way of getting in there and getting it done. So now I can undercut that a little bit. Get in there and this one here, you're going to go down about 3/3 and then I'm going to stop. And what I'll do is I'll take this over to the microwave. I'll weigh it first. I'll put it in the microwave for about 30 to 40 seconds. Stop, pull it out, and let it sit and let it steam out some of that moisture. Basically what you're doing, you're steaming out the moisture. And so we're going to do that, and I'm going to do it over and over and over again. And I'll be able to weigh it along the way and see when it stops losing weight, that means that all the moisture's out of it, and I can just let it sit and rebalance itself with the moisture in the air around it. The thing about wood fibers is that they will only get as dry as the air around them. So if it's raining or if you have a moist climate, it's going to stay moist because the air that is surrounding it is not drying it out. You can I guess what you call a stasis time where the wood and the air around it is just that's fine. You're not trying to get down to 5% or something because that's going to be a really, really dry, deadly kind of heat. You see that moving in? I'm trying to get that out. Let's see how that's looking. Yeah, I'm getting that back to about which is about a 1/2 inch or so thick all the way around at this point. That'll be enough for it to be able to dry out and warp just a little bit, but not too much. And then we will go back and we'll be able to round it out and turn it into a really nice looking bowl. Like I said, it's all about controlling the tracking. That's a pretty good cut on there right now. And as always, I say this at every turning, but I'm watching over here. You know, I'm turning here and watching the cut over here, so because it's more visual, I don't have to turn my head to look in. I can see exactly where my tool is moving the wood. So if you look over here, I can follow it all the way inside. Just like that. Okay. We're about halfway through right now. See what you guys are, anybody's asking questions. Yes, it's very wet. It's going to need to be turned again. And I am keeping a live edge. Yes. Yes. Yes to both those questions. And hi, Nito, Libra, Donna. Hello to all of you. Feel free to jump in here. Don't just say hi, but let us know where you're from. What country are you watching from, or what state are you watching from? It'd be interesting to know. At this time of day, we get people from all over the world. From Africa. The other day, I had some South Africans and some Kenyans. Do we have anybody from either of those countries this time? Nice to know. Or meine deutsche Freunde, no German friends. My family comes from the originally from the Black Forest area, Germany. So anybody from that area of the world, I'd love to hear from you too. Well, we came here about 200 years ago or so, so it's been a long time since we were in Germany for the family, but I trace my history back to around the 1600s there. Over the next couple of weeks, I've got a couple of kids coming, and we're going to try and do a couple of interesting things maybe for the holidays here. I kind of want to keep it a secret for now, but one of them will be a kit that takes me back to my childhood, to the man that originally got me interested in making things like working in a wood workshop and working with my hands and making things. He was an old retired guy, Mr. Ling. He was a wonderful man. He was like the grandfather I never had because my grandfather was 3,000 miles away. And he do like my third grandfather. And I used to just sit there for hours watching at the bench watching him work. I kind of wish I had picked up even more from him than I did. After he passed, I still helped. I still go over and mow the lawn for his wife and his daughter. His daughter was a deaf mute. We always communicated even without the use of sign language. And I always tried to help them out. So it just brings back fond memories. And I think making this the thing that I'm gonna the kit that I just ordered will kind of really make it a special holiday season for me this year. So if I can make it. So if I screw it up, you'll see me doing it live on TV, or not doing it live on the video here with the rest of it. So we'll screw it up together, I guess. Okay, I'm getting near where I want to stop. Okay, let's see how that looks. We're about here, a little past the fifth. As you can see the pith right here, you can see where the pith mark will be, and that's where any cracks are going to show up too if I'm not careful. So I'll go just below that line a little bit. And that's what we'll call it the stopping point of it. Okay. It's going to be a pretty bowl, I think, when we're all finished. I'm going back on the outside here and just kind of clean things up a little bit. And I'm going to put a little oil on this just to kind of slow down the process just a little. This will just slow down the process a tiny bit. Now I did this about a half an hour ago. Already it's a little bit rough again. All right. See how that unroughed it again. That's amazing how fast that wood can start to move. top. I'm looking at the top here. Okay. And I can even take my screw very lightly, very lightly. I want you to notice something. Notice that I'm going to turn this just a little bit so you can see better. Watch this tool. I'm trying to cut with this part of the blade, not this part over here, because you don't want to put the point in. And you always approach with the heel first, and then down, and you see I'm starting to get something over the top. That's the angle I want. And if you notice, all the stuff is coming out here, not on the point. See there? Coming out the heel of the blade, not the front of the blade. You always want to go in the direction that they become the point. The front point is not engaging. This is. Okay. And that's a very smooth finish right now. It feels like it's been sanded. A little rough there, of course, but it's about the roughest spot. Let me see here. Yeah, right there. Just banging. Maybe a little bit of coming off of that and then hitting this, but feel it right there. A little piece right there. And it's a little tear out right there too. So again, you want to feel. I probably didn't take it all out, but it's good. Coming out a little, yeah, right there. That's where it was. So I did take that out, and the rest was coming off with some sanding. And you don't have to sand right now, but what I am going to do, is put just a little bit of my juice on there, just to make it. Oh, sorry. I am sorry. I didn't realize that my microphone had fallen. I'm sorry. I hope you could hear me. Okay. Pouring resin. Okay. In and out. Hi, Ida. Hi, Nikos. Good morning, Bikram and Rolf and Kanan and Tyler. Yeah, I'm turning a green wool right now to get it ready so that it can be dried, and then we'll turn it into a regular bowl later at a later date on this one. I'm going to be turning another bowl here in just a couple minutes too. Allow me to vacuum up just a little bit. In the meantime, if you would please hit that like button or subscribe if you haven't subscribed, because when you subscribe, you know when I'm doing my lives. I do a live every Thursday, but I usually do one or two others during the week, just because I have something interesting to do. I'm in my shop every day. And I try to turn, 4 or 5 things a week. Problem is I can't sell them as fast as I make them. And I'm going to have to take some of these shavings. And there's a lot of them here. Okay, a lot of shavings from this one little bowl. A lot of shavings. Whoa. There you go. Now I can vacuum up the rest of this. Short order. Okay. Now I got a little cleaned out there. Now I can get the floor here so I can walk around and not trip over the clippings. Alrighty. Well, I nearly filled up an entire trash can and a 5-gallon bucket with this stuff. So there we go. Thank you for allowing me to do that before we moved on. I hate working in a dirty area. It makes for inefficient work and sometimes dangerous work. You can slip and fall on these shavings on the floor. So, yes, thank you. Hi, Dilbar. Mix your wood shavings with a mixture of beeswax and paraffin in ice cube trays. Yeah, they make good friends. They do. They make good starters. You're absolutely right. I've seen that happen before. And yeah, compress them down a little bit. Starters for your barbecue or for your campfire, or whatever you plan to do. Now I'm going to take. Well, I'm going to. I guess I want to. No, I'm going to go ahead and put the finish on first, and I'll do it. Easier to do it while it's standing on there. Okay, now this is not going to keep it from drying out, but it is going to help tighten down the fibers a little bit, and it'll give us kind of a look at what it's going to look like when it's all done. Mostly, it'll help tighten up this cork bark on the outside, because that's the part that could come separated, and we don't want to have that. So I'll protect that cork at the same time as we are strengthening the whole piece. It's not going to. This is a really solid and strong piece of wood as far as the wood goes. There's not many pores in it. It shaves off pretty cleanly. But that end grain can also be where all the cracks come. So we're going to give it an extra little dosing of this here in the cracks. And this on this side. Make sure it doesn't crack any further if we can help it. And onto the bark here. And we'll kind of get the nooks and crannies again, like we say. Get all that. And as I said, we're going to be doing another bowl here in just a couple minutes. Just wanted to get this one preserved a little bit first before we move on. Here's some of this on the outside edge. And that will suck that in slow but surely. That's already dry. It's already dry there. Get the bottom later, but okay. Now, let's get the inside so you can see what that looks like. Yes, there's some dust in here and it's going to get kind of muddy, and that's okay. All that's going to get turned out later. I'm not too worried about it. Like I said, we haven't sanded it or anything yet. So it's just kind of just extra dirt in there right now, but it's not going to hurt anything. Doesn't really affect the outcome of this piece in the least. Okay, got everything inside there. Got the inside of the bark. Good. Let that work a little bit. But I can already see some raised grain right here. Just from when I did that, there's some raised grain right along here and along here. Just from that brushing and that extra liquid. Interesting how quickly that comes up. Even though wood is cut down, it doesn't mean it's not still sort of alive. It is. It's just living a different life than it was. Different things are taking over. It's still sucks up moisture. You put this in a muddy ground, it would get spaltings and so forth, and bacteria growths sprouting from it. It might even start sprouting a little bit of something that looks sort of like a tree limb again. They've been known to do that sort of thing. So trees are not dead just because they're cut down. They're just living a different form of themselves. It's the same for people too, in a sense. We just become a different form of the chemicals that make us up. One way or another. Okay, I'm going to let that set for just a second. Let it dry. We'll take that off and we'll move on to the other project. What do you got going here? Yeah. I use these all over. Hi, Anthony. How you doing? Still like to know where some of you are from. I haven't seen anybody write in here that they're from, what countries they're from. So that'd be nice to know. Hi, Fatima. Only 143 watching right now. Well, I guess we're going to have to show them what we're turning next. so that keep your interest. But this is what we are turning next, right here. This is a piece of cypress, and it is a pretty good chunk of cypress. And so it's going to be heavy, and it's going to be very colorful. You can see the ends, what it looks like. This is going to be very colorful. You see the reds in here. It's going to be a very colorful piece. All of this bark is going to come flying off and hitting me in the face. I'm sure you want to watch that because it's always fun to watch me get hit in the face with something. In fact, last time I did one of my lives and something came flying off on me, I got 11,000 views on YouTube afterwards. Just that 15 seconds of when I got hit. So go figure. I'm going to give you guys a little chance to go get something to drink or something. I'm going to be gone for maybe 1 minute. I have to go empty this bucket before I try and do any more cleanup later. So I will be back in about 1 minute. Uno minuto. Okay, I'm back. I had to get that all cleaned out. And I'll put this back on my vacuum. And we're all ready for round 2. So let's have at it. Before we lose any more people, we're going to take this off first and give you a chance to see it. This is what it's looking like so far. And as I said, we'll go back and we'll turn the rest of this out after I've put it on the microwave and cleaned it up. Then I will go back and turn it some more. We'll end up with a nice, hopefully a really nice bowl out of that. All right, so now on to the next thing. And this is the next thing. I'm going to put this as much in the middle as I possibly can. This particular faceplate has a nice little screw in the middle of it, which helps me center it and kind of hold it in place while I'm doing things. Now, just to double check myself, I'm about 3.5 inches on this side, and I'm at 3.25 inches on this side, so I could probably come this way just a little bit. So I'm going to try and do that. I'll drill myself a new hole there. So I have a better, I'm better equipped to not have to beat myself up in order to get this done. So I'm going to move this over just a little bit to here. About 1/4 of an inch. And we'll see what that new hole does. Let's see if that gets me in a better position. Gotta make sure I can see where I'm going. But there we go. Okay. Now we're in there. Now let's see where we're at. Now we are 3 inches here and 3.5 inches here. So I gotta go back the other direction. I've got to be somewhere in between those two. Okay. Let's see. That's a little over 3 1/4 right there. And that's, yeah, that's good. That'll work. Okay, so we're going to go that hole right there. Stay. All right. So now let's get some screws and establish this thing so it doesn't come out. Here we go. There's one. And we'll take its opposite over here. Great. We are now in position where hopefully we'll be in a pretty good position to do these. No guarantees, but we'll try. And we'll get there and right here. So what you really smell is it has a nice peppery smell that you get from cypress. Really smells good. Here you go. Didn't want to go down at first. It's not going anywhere. Nowhere at all. Now, this is a pretty good sized piece for this lathe. Let's see here. We are turning it just under. This is about an 11-inch piece, roughly, I guess. If I was to measure it, it is. It's 10-inch anyway, 10-inch piece. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to keep it all, but I might be able to get a sweeping cut up and kind of make the bowl not just round, but maybe sand it out or something so that it's more of a curved in look to it. We'll see how that goes. But that's on the plans. Whether it actually happens or not is another story. So, you can plan all you want, and then the tool will tell you, or the wood will tell you what it's going to allow you to do. Okay, it looks like I'm pretty much in the center. That's good. Now, Now the thing is, I can't get my banjo underneath the wood right here, so I have to go at an angle until I get this trimmed back a little bit. So I got to kind of Mickey Mouse it just a little so I can sweep in there later. So we'll see how that goes. And I think before we get started, I should probably sharpen my gouge. So give me just a moment to do that. I've shown you this a dozen times, but it always bears repeating. I use the one-way gouge, or one-way sharpening system. And I make this so that I can get an exactly 2-inch extension. I have this always set on the 2 on the second position. When I turn it on, I already have my angle set on here. So all I need to do is turn my angle. And that's about all it takes. Resharpen and be ready for the next hole. You remove very, very little actual material. And we've got a nice new shiny edge on here, ready to go. So, hi, David. Yes, this is Cypress. And hi, Z. And Greg from the foreign country of Oklahoma. Well, Oklahoma is a different country altogether. That's why they call it Oklahoma country, right? I mean, you have to share with like Missouri and places, and places like that. But Oklahoma's a cool place. That's okay. You have a very interesting state and a very important state, especially to our history. So I salute you in Oklahoma. Let's see. Let's turn this on. The good news is we're pretty balanced. Look at that. Really got that balance good. Until I start doing this, that's going to throw the balance way off. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me adjust that a little bit so you can see what we're doing here. Well, I've already got some big chunks hitting me right away. That's the nature of this kind of wood. The bark does not stay on. And all those little pebbles that you see hitting my hand, those sting, I gotta say. But if you can put up with being pelted for just a minute, and we'll see where we're at. Well, we've already taken off a little bit of that side and a little bit of that side. It's pretty well balanced. What's coming off is all this stuff, and if you see me backing off my hand, these are the chunks. These are the chunks that are flying at me. And if you see me backing off, it's because I'm getting hit with a little too much of it and it's starting to sting. Because usually I like to have my hand right up here. But if you see my hand moving back this way, you'll know that it's probably stinging you a little too much. Okay, turn that over there. There we go. So, going for another round. This is where I say ouch, right? These are some of the pieces that are flying off on me. So, but we are getting rounded, and look at this red. If you can see that, can you see that red? It's just really, really looking nice, isn't it? So as we keep turning this, we're going to see more and more of this, and a lot less of this stuff here. So, in fact, the big chunk, that huge chunk, came off right here. Look at that. Well, I got to tell you, that is loud. Whew. Allow me to just take a second here. My fingers kind of taking a beating there, if you can see. When having a glove sometimes would be helpful, but you don't really want to wear a glove around a spinning piece of wood. It's just not safe. Yeah, you came back just in time. Just to watch me get beat up. There you go. Well, it is. This is really, as opposed to the end grain on the other one. This is really loose end grain. You can like individual fibers just pointing out at you, just like this, just like that. That's what it looks like. So, we are going to have to go down a little bit more. I'm going to have to probably strip some of this bark off of here. Maybe I can just do that now to save myself getting beat up with it. Here we go. Take some of it off now so I don't get beat up with it later. Can't do it all, but I can get some of it. You see how this just peels off. Now this right here is hard bark, and I'm not sure why, unless it's because it was up against something else, like another tree or something like that. Because this is not fibrous like the rest. It's kind of, well, dirty and rocky. See what I can do with that. forward a little bit. I keep removing more and more. Let's see if I can rip some more of this off. I might have to use a chisel to take some of this off. I don't know. We'll see. Any suggestions out there be most appreciated. If you have any ideas. Now we're starting to get into forming the shape a little bit. And you'll see what I mean here in just a second. Okay, see what I was undercutting there. I have this here. This was sticking out, so I have to get this growth out of here. That's supposed to be off. Get this to come off. I'd have to get the chisel out to take some of this off. I don't want to chisel it if I don't have to, but that might be what's required. Chunk some of this out of here. Okay, the bottom is going to get torn out to make the tenon, so that's not an issue. In fact, I think what I'm going to do right now, now that I can get this underneath, I'm going to go ahead and do the tenon, or at least flatten this out. We can do a tenon. And trying to do this without tearing out the wood is going to be the issue here, because see, there's a big piece there, and I'm going to have to go underneath this. There's nothing I can do, but I'm going to have to cut that part out, and you can see there's a big crack formed right there too. So I'm going to have to go underneath that in order to establish a base for this bowl. So we're going to have to go like right about here. I can't take it all at once. But at least we can establish it. That's interesting. I'm in solid wood all the way through there except for this. So if I can get past that. Establish solid wood, I'll be able to establish a nice flat bottom and put my tenon. Yeah, there's something there. And I notice the wood's turning red again. We're getting past the exterior wood into the interior wood. There we go. That white wood was kind of the sap, and now we're getting into the interior woods. Now we just need to straighten that all out, kind of. So let me see if I can't flatten this out just a little bit. Another tool. Now this was just using a oval scraper, and look how it cleaned up. It's got a little bit of warping in it, so yeah. I mean, it's relatively flat and good. We'll use the skew to clean it up a little bit more, and we should have a nice flat surface here. Okay. Now in this particular case, the toe is, or the front knee is cutting in. And that kind of tells me what we need to get down to. Okay, good. Nice. Very flat and smooth. That's really nice. That's very pretty wood too. So we got that established. Oh, back up to 85. Please hit the like button if you can. Yeah, disc grinder. Yeah, that's a possibility. Of course, flap wheel. That would keep the flying pieces much smaller. Yeah. That's a nice idea, Charles. And I could go to that. I'm trying to do everything I can with just using the lathe. and sanding, but you know that's a possibility. If I can't get in there any other way, I might have to get my grinder or something out and just grinder it out. As you can see, this is that there is actually some hard wood underneath that bark. It's not strand wood or bark like the rest of it. Kind of interesting. I may just keep that, sand it down, make that part of the piece. My bigger concern is these strands over here, which I need to. I don't need to take it all off. I need to take the flying strands off. And well, even my skew is doing a good job of that. Honestly, if I can just get down to that last fiber part, I'll be able to just sand what I don't want off, and the rest will just harmonize into the wood, so to speak. That right there is a little bit of an issue. Let's see if I can get down on that. There we go. There. There, we're getting some of that out of there now. Yeah. I think the rest will clean out with some sanding. But that disc, I ever use that. In fact, when I was making my guitar, I had to use the disc grinder to grind out the belly part for me because I've got a little bit of a prop belly and I need that so I can hold the guitar in closer to me. Don't know if any of you play the guitar, but if you do, you probably know what I mean. Some guitars are not built where the person has a little bit of a belly to them. They tend to push the instrument away from you. There we go. Now we are starting to make some progress. That's good. Okay, there. On this other side, like I said, I think I might just, that's rock hard in places, so I might just keep that. All right, so now to the task of making a tenon. And I think I'm going to have to sharpen this up just a little bit before we do that. When I tried to do it earlier, this was not holding the edge too well. So we will do this again. Set it to exactly 2 inches. That's exactly 2 inches there. Move my grinder. Send it a little one side. And the other. So it's looking. Probably one more pass. Nice and slow. Usually you can sharpen these back up in about 30 seconds or so, which is really why I like this system, the way I do it, because I can get right back to work. Yeah, that's a really nice double nice ready to go. Okay. So let's redwood, no, cypress. Bulls with a disc grinder. I've actually seen that before. Yeah, I have a carbide tip disc, and you just have to be really, really, really careful using that disc sand grinder. It's a cypress, not cedar. Cypress, a little bit different. Establish that outer edge. Come in. I'm just eyeballing this. I'm not using a. Okay, so I am like a 16th of an inch or so off, which is just about perfect. Because now I can come in with my skew here, and I can just make a nice sharp edge on it. We'll take out the middle, smooth that all out. Come in. Okay, it's a little bit deeper than I normally like to make them. But this is a little bit of a hinky wood, so I don't feel too bad about doing that in this particular case. Usually I go only about 1/8 of an inch deep. Oh, it's just, let me see here. Yeah, it goes in, but I want to be able to expand the draws out just a hair, so I'm going to have to go just a tiny bit more. Like I said, some days you really got the angle with it with your eye, and sometimes you're just a little off. Okay, there we go. That's going to be plenty. Now we can do something here too, just to kind of make the outside look a little cooler. Again, I haven't vacuumed. I haven't. I'm sorry. I haven't done anything with the outside as far as sanding or anything yet. But we can put a couple. We can actually do this. See where that is. Okay. Oops. I'll make that one a little bit bigger. Whoa. Maybe a little too much. Yep, I did. Yeah, dang. Bad me, guys. I'll have to fix that. Okay. Well, I was just trying to be a little decorative, but that's okay because I had an alternative plan anyway. What we will do with this outer edge is we will create a foot. Yeah, it's looking. And we took out all that issue. We will sand this right here. Now we got a foot. And what this does actually is this allows me to go into this wood as well as having this foot here, which is kind of decorative. So it kind of serves two purposes. And we just need to kind of smooth out that corner there. I think I can do that with this here. No, this one. There we go. We have a nice transition curve. Still taking some of that off as we go. All right, a little bit more of this off of here. This is when I should just get out my planer and just plane it, I guess. But again, I like to kind of use the tools that I have for the lathe and show that you can get by with them most of the time. There we are. That's what I need to do. There we are. Good. All right. So now I got this smooth, this done. I'm going to smooth out this outside now. And we'll be ready to sand and turn it around. And that's pretty good. That's looking pretty good. We're getting more pieces of bark coming off as we go. It's not going to be a live bark edge on the end of this. It's going to get all trimmed off here, but it may be on these sides right here. It may still be there. So that's the part that we're going to be dealing with. Okay. Try to make it as smooth as I can so that when I get up to 1,000 here. Oh, is that getting hot? Woo! That stuff coming up there is really hot. A lot of friction. Okay, did that. Now let's go with the skew. Whoa, there's a piece. Keep getting those little pieces coming flying off. That's okay. I'd rather they did them now than later. Let's see where that came off. Not there, not there. Just flew off the edge here, I think, where it was. So not a big deal. That's all sandable. This is really nice and smooth. You can see the piece of wood now. This is really starting to look really nice and smooth. Okay. Got most of those marks off of there. This thing is ready for sanding. And then we will start turning the inside of this bowl. Look at the size of some of these pieces. Look at the size of some of these. Gee, they're huge. Okay. Gotta knock some of this off of me. There we go. Whew. All right, let's do a little sanding. And then let's see what are you guys talking about here? You go straight in, or is that lip tipped a bit? It's tipped just a bit, and you never use the tip of the skew. You never use the tip of the skew, front tip. Use that as your guide, unless you are actually intending to do that. Uh, Yeah, well, they are carbon steel. They're high speed steel, I believe, on the skew. Most of mine are M2 or M42. This is M2 Cryo. It's one of my big ones, but not. It's not necessary for something like this. Um, but yeah, a lot of these are this is the M42, I think, and yeah, the very um, hardened carbon steel. I believe this is M42 also. So my hurricanes. So yeah, different ones, and then of course I do use some carbides also, like this one here. And this one is probably just high speed steel, I would assume, what they have on this. So anyway, what we're going to do now is we're going to sand this down some. Take the helmet off for just a minute, as that does get to be a little bit of a pain after a while. And we're going to do some tactical sanding here. See what we can do. Yeah, that makes short work of that bark. And I just want it there for color. So we'll just leave it in there for color, and everything else will kind of, all the fiber part will just kind of go away. I'm going to try reversing this. There we go. Nice having a drill that has a forward and a reverse. It's also nice having a lathe that has a forward and reverse. You can see how that's cleaning out now. And that's kind of what I was looking for in the first place here. We're going to sand that off so you don't see where that piece came flying off of there. And we'll switch over to the other side here in a minute. I'm going to get this all cleaned off a little bit. Back to running in the right direction. Let's see what we can do on this side with this part. what I can do here is there's a couple tricks you could do here. You could actually take some bark and glue it back on here and then sand it down to make it look like it belongs. Or you can just kind of contour everything so that it sort of blends in and you don't really notice it. That's what we're going to try and do here. Starting to tear up my sand. I might have to get another one on here. It is really strange that it has this hard bark on one side and stranded bark everywhere else. In fact, that sandpaper is not even really taking it. Sanding it. Almost like rock in comparison to the other side. And another bowl that I did like here. Got a lot of comments, a lot of comments. So I was kind of looking forward to doing this one just to see if I could recreate the bowl. Of course, that's part of the thing. Every bowl is going to be different. Wood is going to present itself different to you, and you're going to get something different out of it. But I think I'm starting to get this so that you don't really notice that very much. So here, it'd be nice. I can do that. I feel like I've accomplished something today. I know it's a little bit boring watching you do this, but it's kind of essential that I get this part done. Please stick around. I see I've only done 125 at the moment, but hi, welder. The tree said no. Yeah, well, yeah, sometimes it does. Sometimes the tree says no. A couple times I've fallen trees that said, no, I don't want to go this way. I'm going to go this way over here. It happens to the best of the lumberjacks I know. It happens to all of us. I'm by no means a lumberjack, but it does happen to us all. When you're falling trees, sometimes they just don't want to cooperate. And when you're turning a piece of wood, sometimes it doesn't want to cooperate. But we have our ways. And you get this end grain done a little bit. And we'll deal with that top when we get this turned around. Right now I'm just using this 80 grit to kind of shape things a little bit and get them down to where I want them. Then we'll use the other grits to polish up the wood a little more Make it look a little more presentable. And it's starting to come good. Looking nice. The ends look really nice. The color is gonna wait until I put the little finish on here. You're gonna say, "Wow, look at that color." And right now, I'm gonna just keep that bottom curve. This really nice. Oh yeah, that's looking really nice now. A lot of figuring in there. Okay, and there's gonna be a lot of figuring on the inside. You can bet on that. It will really, really look nice on the inside. And the outside is just the first piece of this. The outside attracts people to your booth. The inside is what sells the piece to the customer. Uh, at least that's the way it always seems to work. You'll attract them over to your booth with a nice looking piece. Get them to put it in their hands. And usually, once you get that nice, smooth, well polished piece into their hands, they feel the wood and they can feel the textures and all. That's when you can make a sale. And you can ask a good price for it. I anticipate that when I'm finished with this bowl, it will be worth a pretty good chunk of change. I don't know exactly how much. It would depend on the place I'm selling it at. But I think we can get closer to $100 than 50. So I think we're going to be closer to $100. Maybe more in some places, a little less in others. I think $100 is a pretty good starting point. Okay. All right. I'm not going to keep you waiting too much longer on this. Get that foot nice and clean. Nice shading right there. Okay. Put it in reverse too. The reverse catches those fibers that are leaning one direction and clips them the other way when you're sanding. So it's always good to use a little reverse sanding on there when you can, because it will make a difference in the overall feel of the wool. Okay, great. I think that's all I'm going to do on this one for now. I don't think I need to go any further. We're going to put a little bit of. I'll turn this off. Let me. I want to vacuum some of the dust off of it before I put the finish on it, just to kind of make it a little cleaner. And I think you're going to be surprised at what it looks like. There's some big pieces coming out of there. Okay. All right. So I'd like to know where some of you are from. I haven't heard anything yet. So please chime in, if you will, but watch this really quick. Look at that color. That's the color of this wood when you put a finish on it. Just that quick. And boy, did it suck it up inside here. I put it on here and it's dry as fast as I put it on. Wow. And it's going to suck up a lot of this, I think. Well, let's get a little bit in here. So you can kind of get a good picture from your viewpoint. This will help strengthen that wood fibers, especially on the bottom there. So what do you think? What do you think of that color? And then when we get the bark here marked, it's going to look nice too. Come on, folks. I'd like to hear what you have to say. This is kind of the showstopper part. This is where everybody goes, ooh, or wow, I didn't think it was going to look like that. Because now you can see why I like turning this cypress, even though it has a lot of characteristics that make it difficult sometimes. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous wood, and I wish I could get my hands on a little more of it. It's just not very easy to do unless somebody's taking down an ornamental somewhere in the area. That's about the only way that I can get it. Okay, let's get on this bark a little bit. There. That's the first coat. I think that's beautiful. Don't you? I'm going to go over here and I'm going to try and plug my phone, charge my phone up a little bit here. So just bear with me a second while I try to get that going. You know, no matter how many circuits you put in a shop, you never seem to have enough. I don't know what it is, but it always seems like you could use just like 3 more plugs someplace, right? Okay, so I'm going to try and plug in here without causing too much trouble. There. Good. Phone is charging. Good. Now I won't lose that signal right away. All right, so here's the bowl with one helping of tung oil so far. And as you can see, it's already absorbed it. It's dry. So I'm going to put one more at least on this ends here. One more coating of that, and then we will turn this around and get started on the inside. I just want to give it a chance to kind of suck some of this in. Oh, it's even getting richer looking, the second coat. Look at that. The tung oil is not really expensive. And the nice thing about tung oil is it's natural. Comes from a nut tree, actually. And it is, as I understand it, in its natural state, it is food. It is okay to be in touch with food safe. But, of course, read your labels. Make sure you're getting 100% tung oil and no other things inside it. That is always important. And I always advise, even if I use food safe finishes, I always advise people, if you're going to put food in one of my bowls, put a little wax paper or parchment paper in there, so it's not in direct contact with the wood anyway, just in case somebody has an allergy or something to it or whatever. So I mean, I just caution people not to assume that if it's food safe, that it means it's safe for people. It's not allergy safe, and may not even be completely 100% food safe. We don't always know what other items may have come in contact with that wood in the years that it was growing up. There's no history behind it. We don't know. It could have absorbed sulfurs, or it could have absorbed other kinds of chemicals in the ground around it as it was growing. So I just like to urge people to be on the safe side of things if I can. Oops. Okay. I know that's going to come off there, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay. Well, there we go. One side of the cypress bowl done. And now we will go to the inside and see what damage we can do with the other side of this. Hi, Vladimir, Shane, Hussein, Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. What do you think so far? Is this going to turn into something good? I'm still kind of interested where everybody's from. I mean, I heard the far reaches of Kentucky or Oklahoma. Oklahoma, I guess it was. Anyway, but would like to know where some of the rest of you are from. What countries do you reside in? What time is it where you're watching me? It is 12:25 my time in the afternoon. So I imagine for some of you it may be dinner time or maybe bedtime. Even, I don't know. Oops. There you go. And the last one. There we are. Oops. And take that off. There we go. Now the fun part. This is where we grit our teeth and hope that the miter that we put in here, miter for tenon, will run true and smooth. And if it does, maybe we can get a nice bowl out of this today. If it doesn't, we may have to rethink some things. But this is what I'd like to try. Okay. I'm going to turn this very slowly at first. Seems to be running pretty true. Hard to tell because you don't really have a round all the way around edge, but it looks like it's running pretty true. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll cinch that down, cinch it down here. We do not want to overturn that. You do not want to over tighten. Over tightening causes it to fail. Okay, so since we don't need to be doing anything to the outside of this bowl, we'll just admire the inside of this one and see where we're at. Let me see, am I at the right height? Yes, looks like I am. Oh, shoot. I need to get... We were expecting about an inch of rain today. Hasn't really materialized all yet. Just kind of drizzling at the moment, but an inch or two of rain in California is like about 25% of the rain for the year. So if it's all coming down in one day, that's quite a bit for us. I know some places they get 2 inches in an hour. So what do we got here? It's 3:24 p.m. in West Virginia. Okay, hi Joshua. Hey, I got some other friends that on this channel from West Virginia. That's great. Joshua, I'm making a bowl. Hi, Indiana. We've got a lot of friends in that whole region: Ohio, West Virginia, North Carolina, all through there. Some of them are on here right now, I think. And if not, check out the people in my description area. They're all great guys, woodworkers. Some of them are learning to turn. Actually, almost all of them are learning to turn now. I've been a bad influence on some of them, and they're kind of the reason I started doing the channel, was because they were asking questions all the time, and I thought, well, it'd be better if I did a channel so they could see some of my tips. And if you go to my channel, you'll notice there's about 175 videos. Not all of them are live. Some of them are just 2-minute tips, because that's the way this whole thing started, as 2-minute tips for wood turners. And there's a lot of just shop tips, tool tips, early lathe tips, like how to buy a lathe, what to look for. Check those tips out and my videos, and I think you'll appreciate and enjoy them. So let's see, a little low. Yeah, I'm a little low. Okay, let me raise that up just a bit. Now, establishing where the outer edge is going to be. If I go out to here, I'm going to come up right up with that. So I may have to come in here and go out just a little bit. So I'm going to start about here. Just want to kind of establish the spot. And we'll turn up the speed accordingly. Whoa, that wasn't good. And we got a little chip out, but that's okay. We can live with that. I can put that back in, and I can still use this. Let me, that was one of those things that happens sometimes, especially when you're dealing with wood that has a real straight strand to it. um, on the bottom like that. Even though it's a very figured wood, it's got a very straight strand, just like those bark strands that we saw on the top, on the sides. The wood basically runs just like this. So if we're not careful, there we go, that can happen. All right. I think I'll switch to the carbide for a moment instead of using the gouge. It's a little less attack mode, so to speak. So let's see if we can use that and just very lightly graze this stuff off. We'll just take it very slow and easy. So we're past the bark and into the solid wood. Then it should go a lot more easily. You can see how the color changes as you're doing the wood. Like it's really white right now. The wood's really dark. Now it's kind of light colored. So you're going through the different layers of wood. That's still some of the bark right there. You can see as it starts to turn redder here that we're getting into the more centered heartwood. And right now we're hitting that part where it's not making a connection all the time. I'll show that to you here in just a minute. Oh, did it again. That's 2 times. Boy, it just really catches. It gets caught right there. And it's this hard stuff right here that's making the difference. So I may have to take this little lump off right here very carefully so we don't have that sticking up and getting in the way, because you see the rest of it's got a knot. It's got some very pretty wood. It didn't hurt the didn't hurt this too much, I don't think. Let's see. We'll see. It's starting to get a little bit weak, and we may have to redo that back if it keeps going like that. But I'm going to try and take off this piece right here because that's just too much of an issue for us. Okay. Very, very slowly. We don't want to snag. We don't want to catch. You just want to really take that little piece off. Okay. It's getting down there. Don't want to get too excited and accidentally grab it. If you haven't already, please hit the like button or double tap your screen. We'd really appreciate it. We've been on here for, well, over 3 hours now, so or 2.5 hours now, so we'd really like to have at least 300 likes or so. And we're trying to build the channel up. I'd like to see 4,000 subscribers by the end of November and maybe 5,000 by the end of the year. If we can do that, we can do some bigger projects for all of you. Okay, now I got that marked down. See, that's now gone. So now we can very lightly that's doing it again. Boy, there's just something there. When it comes around to this, it just really just wants to grab, even with the lightest little touch. And it's broken out my miter. So, I'm going to have to put the faceplate back on here. Fortunately, I can still see where the hole is. I can put the faceplate back on here, do a new one, and this time I'll get rid of this footing, and I'll just go down into this. And I think that's what we're going to have to do. So bear with me while I do this, because that's part of the process sometimes. It's just too straight of wood here, and it just can't handle it on its own. So that's fine. You see here, it just tears straight out just like a piece of pine wood. So I anticipated these would be problems. I'm not angry, not upset. We just move right on, right? So let me find that hole. Go right into the middle of it. And maybe I have to drill it just to make it a little bit easier to go into. Okay. Do not lose sight of the big picture, which is we're going to end up with a really pretty bowl here. That's the goal, right? What's funny is that looks like a hole, but this is the hole, as far as I can tell. I'm just going to compare it to this just to make sure I'm in the right spot before I go to doing a full-fledged turn here. Yeah, we're pretty much in the center. Okay. All right. There's that. Here's this on the other side. And here's one on this side. Okay. And one right here. And I think I only need the 4 for this part because I'm not really chunking anything out. I'm just doing the bottom. This happens every once in a while, and it would have happened the same thing probably if I had a tenon that stuck out rather than a recessed miter. It would probably happen the same way because it's just it's the nature of it. It's almost like working with pine. So I will clean this off. It's going to be a little bit off. Yeah, that should start to straighten this out. Oh, that really took a chunk. There we are. And we're getting back to flat and back to good looking. Okay, let's see if I'm getting the right sizing here. Yep, okay. Trying to fix this up. Now that's normally about the size that I use to hold my turnings, but I think I'm going to go just a little tiny bit deeper. And I've held much bigger projects with less of a tenon. That's a little bit. I gotta go. It needs to go down in like this. There we are. I think that's a little better. Okay, let's see how that fits now. Yep, that'll work. Okay. All right, we're going to try this again. 20 years of turning experience. Yeah, I got about that many years too, but you always come across something new. And as you know, especially when you're dealing with live pieces of wood that you cut instead of getting them from a store where they've taken out all the actually they've taken out a lot of the fun, if you ask me. Because for me, the fun is exploring what's going to be inside a piece of really gnarly wood and seeing if it'll work. That's kind of my go-to on something like this. But feel free to chime in and help out any way you can. This is a pretty sturdy piece of cypress. I mean, the wood part, it's strong. It's just that its tensile strength is not very good going across grain. It just tears right out. Now, one of the things I have done in the past, and maybe I'll give this a little bit of a try, is I'll take a very thin amount of CA glue around the edge. You just brush that in, and that tends to strengthen the wood fibers just a little bit. It can give you just a little bit more help. So that's another little trick you can try. Use a gouge. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, well, I was using the gouge, but I had to take off that high point, and the carbide was just a little bit easier for using on that. And I'll go back and forth between the tools and see which ones are getting the best effect. Let's see here. That seems to be running pretty good. Okay, good. And again, like I said, don't over tighten, but make sure it is tight. Okay. And again, because we're not going through, you see we're missing here, and then we're hitting here, and then we're missing here, and then we're hitting here. So what I might have to do is sneak out onto this, maybe start a little bit further in and sneak out to it in order to get the right turning on it. Let's see. Let's start right here. Now I'm getting a lot of resistance when it's hitting this. See, as we get out to hear what it does, it tends to bounce more. We are right about here, and then we're starting to hit this and this. So we're getting that bouncing. We're going to have to approach this very slowly with it, and not too aggressively. until we can get underneath it. Once we get underneath that cap, then it turns pretty easily. It's going to come out here very slowly. I don't want it to come up that miter again. Okay, so now we've gotten it out to here. And see, when I'm out here, on here, I am missing here, here, here. So until we get underneath that, we're going to have to be really, really careful. I don't think I can come in from the outside to do that. So I also don't want to grab. We're just going to have to take this very slowly. Yeah, it feels a little bit like progress. Ugh. Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit. See, I'm just at the curve on there. I'm starting to get underneath this. I'm still out on the outside on that. So. Problem is going this other direction here is when it's grabbing, even when I'm turning it on its edge. So I gotta be really careful of that. I gotta tell you, it smells really nice. That kind of peppery smell you get from cypress is really, really a nice aroma. There we are. We're starting to get in there. I'm going to see something here. I don't know if it'll work or not. This could be a bad move. I'm just using a scraper very lightly. Trying not to grab anything. scraper. Yeah. Yeah, that's starting to get underneath, and that is really hard wood right there. I mean, you cannot stick your fingernail in there at all. That is very hard wood, which is good. I'm scraping that off, so that's okay. I'm still coming out here. So if I can just get down past this, I think we'll be able to start undercutting. This is not going to be a natural edge bowl, no. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. It will pay off beautiful colors, but it's not going to be a bowl in this case because of the way that the bark is just very oh it just pulls off strands. It does not hold. The only part that's holding is on this side, and that's not even the natural bark to this tree. So it's kind of weird. But yeah, I like to do natural edge bowls when I can, and maybe I can do a little bit more of this also just to kind of turn that out, and then go down here and start treating it more like a regular bowl. And see if we can't start getting this turned out. I don't want to be staring at 6 inches of bowl all day long. I want to get some of this going. And I could have brought the tailstock up, and that's always an opportunity too. But it's not always easy to remove this heartwood when you have after you've used the tailstock for a while. It's sometimes not easy to get that heartwood to come out smoothly. So I can't use a steady rest because of the way the wood is. This is not a round bowl in the first place. This is an oval-shaped bowl. And eventually, once we get this turned out, eventually what's going to happen is these will slope in and go down into the bowl, and this will be the bowl, but these are going to slope in on either side because it is an oval-shaped bowl. So we're going to have to kind of create the illusion of oval with some creative sanding at the end of this. And I have a suspicion we'll probably have to do that on a different line. And we got a lot of fun projects coming up the next few weeks. And one of the projects I plan on doing is I'd like to have my wife on here and teach her how to turn her first small bowl. And if we can do that without heading for divorce afterwards, I think that would be a lot of fun. And something a little different for the channel. And see, we're starting to get some nice curls out of that wood now. Now we're starting to get more of an angle to it. We just attach this part lightly. And then get right in there. And you see the wood colors change each time I go through this. Okay, let's see where we're at now. Yeah, now we're clearing this really good, and we are starting to clear this. See, the circle comes right like this. So that's the only little chunky part that we're coming across now. So once we can get past that, and that's that chattering you hear right there, is that little piece. So we can get a little deeper, very slowly. We'll be able to go back using our other tools, I think, and finishing this bowl, but we will have to see. And this is my less aggressive scraper also, on purpose. I'll be able to go to my more aggressive scraper once we get inside the bowl here. I have a feeling my scraper may need just a little bit of help here. Let's see. Just kind of draw it off. Draw the middle this way. And then roll it up. Let's see if that helps at all. I'm not sure. Yeah. Definitely sharpened it a little bit. I don't want to be aggressive with it. Just want to gently get under there. And then get the core out. Okay, so now we are round, and we are just undercutting that bark a little bit, but we are just getting right there. So we are getting really close to that, and I just need to make sure that I'm not breaking up the bark as I do it. We'll also be able to go up on the speed a little bit. The scraper has really helped out. There we go. Now I want to see how that's doing. Isn't that beautiful wood in there? Unfortunately, I think as we turn it, I'm going to lose this limb that was coming out of there. I think I'm going to lose that, which is kind of a nice coloring. But hopefully we don't lose all the movement in the rest of that wood as we go. Richard Raffin, an Englishman, I know, very familiar with him. Writes some good education books. Yes, he does. No. You can use a scraper. In fact, you can use a scraper or a skew at any point. Yes, you can use a scraper as a finish cut, yes. But you can also use a scraper with a much sharper edge to it, or much more angle, I should say. And it will also hog out pretty good sized pieces of wood. I'm just taking it very slowly here, and that's why I'm using the scraper, because I just want to take out little at a time right now. I'm not trying to get big pieces. Once I get underneath that last part of the rim, and I'm not exposure to tearing out, once I'm getting underneath here, and I'm not in exposure of tearing any of this out anymore, I can then go back to using my gouge and other things. I'm just taking a very slow approach like this, scraping it along, just to get in there and then I'll be able to undercut it as I go. Okay, so that's the idea here. And I can even use a negative rake scraper if I want to, but I'm not working on the bottom right now, which is why I really wasn't trying to use it, because negative rake scraper in this case would make a very smooth bottom, take out any little markings and all that, but I don't want to accidentally catch it. I'm trying to get a deeper cut right there. That's why I'm trying to get a little deeper cut. And I think if we look at that now, we'll see that. Another big piece. Yeah, trying to get, see, that was that last cut. It's trying to get right under there. Once I get under there, I should be in pretty good shape. I'm just taking a slow approach, that's all. I do understand what you're saying, and yes, I do watch Richard Raffin and some of his devotees, like Thomas Lopp. And Thomas Lopp, who worked with Richard Raffin, he does an entire bowl with a skew, start to finish. So you can do it with a skew, you can do it with a scraper. In fact, I did a demonstration of doing a bowl with a scraper not too long ago. It may not always be the best tool to use for every occasion. That's what I'm saying. That's why I try to show people there's a variety of different tools at your disposal that you can use. And I can even go faster. I'm just trying to go very slow speeded right now. I'm only at about 500, and I probably should be up at around 1200. doing this bowl. But I'm just trying to take it real slow and easy right now. And I am getting underneath that now. That's the good news. So, but I'm going to go back to the carbide. You may not like it, but I'm going back to the carbide. And I'm going to see if I can do it very lightly without any grab. And I mean, I am just going to barely touch that wood. So the scraper is much more, I mean, a carbide is actually much more aggressive than my scraper is. And I don't really want it, I don't want it to grab. And right now it's grabbing. And that's where I worry. That's right there where I worry for that right now. That's why I want to go back to the scraper until I'm underneath there. Scraper is much less aggressive. Much less chance of grabbing. Yeah, in fact, Richard did a video just, I was just watching the other day that he did one that was talking about reasons that that different tools grab. You know, and it's angle, it's approach, it's a lot of different things. I'm actually getting some, because of the way this grain's turning, I'm actually getting some rough spots right here. So that's either harder wood or softer wood. I'm not sure which yet. But it's not turning smoothly. You hear it? You can hear that. It sounds rough. I may be coming into another type of wood underneath here that we haven't encountered yet. I'm going to turn this at an angle so I can scrape without grabbing. And that's another technique you can use. There we go. Now we're getting under there. I'm getting past this. What that rough wood that was that I was catching earlier, it's very lumpy right here, so I'm gonna have to make sure I scrape that out good. And I will say, if you haven't hit the like button or double tapped your screen yet, I would really appreciate it if you would. I see we still have 200 or so people in here, and we really appreciate you hitting the like button. Like I said, double tap it. That would be appreciated. And looks like we had about 280 likes so far. I'd like to get it up to 300 if we could. But please feel free to jump in here and leave your comments, suggestions, other pieces of wood you might like me to try turning. Starting to use that edge just a little bit. Yeah, that's just too big for in here right now. I just wanted to see what it'd do. Yeah, that's grabbing. And then I just do a very light turn. Barely grabbing, barely touching the wood. Good. Now we're getting that slope in there. Now we're getting a little bit of safer area here. And we're getting a little bit safer area. Not 100% safe, but safer. See how that handles that. We got to be really careful how we come up the sides on it. But you see how that starts to handle that, and we can go a little bit deeper here now. Let me use this scraper here and see if I can get that. Yeah, that goes. Just kind of sculpting as we go. Just sculpting as we go. And I realize this is a very slow and laborious and kind of boring process. I'm just trying to work our way in here. And see what we can do. Okay? Just wanted to play around in there and see what we can do. I just love that, love the color of that wood. Just love the color of that wood. I don't think we can go with that aggressive. Might be able to go with a slightly less aggressive one. Let's see. Very slowly use that gouge. The transition is still really difficult with the gouge. Yeah, the transition down is still tough with the gouge. A little bit easier with the scraper coming around, or with this carbide. Well, that's good. It's grabbing. It doesn't like the angle of the carbide's at. I'm going to go back to this again, just to kind of straighten it all out again. And we're about almost 2.5 hours in now, and this is our second bowl. Yeah, I just really like the colors. I'm gonna have to come back in here some. That's gonna be the difficult part. So I think we need to do that. Almost like carving. Yeah, that's good. Just trying to get a little bit of this out here. And yeah. Okay, let's see what I can do here without causing any trouble. I gotta start making that angle going down into the bowl. And it's not gonna come out smoothly. It's gonna take some sanding afterwards. But the idea is to come out here and create an angle coming in down into the bowl. more of an angle here. And then it goes down into the wool. And that's how we're going to get that oval shape to kind of cooperate with us. Let's see what that looks like now. Yeah, see, it's going to come from here. It comes from all the way out here. It comes down. And I may be able to straighten that out a little bit more on this outer edge. I don't know. I can try. That's yeah. See that? I just need to. I think I just need to go a little bit more in here because I think that's a little bit deeper. I just gotta be careful. I don't want to catch anything. Skew is working really good for this. A little bit more. And so far, it's looking good. Let's sand that out. Probably sand that out. That's making a nice sweep in now. I don't want it to start getting bouncy on me. That's when I worry about something's going on. It's bouncing. I think it's because I'm getting into that knot area. Let's go lighter. That's half done. And we're just kind of going lightly here. If you see that pink person in the background, that's my wife going by. There's things she has to get done in the shop too. These lines kind of cut into her shop time, so there we go. That is really smooth feeling too. It's such a hard wood in there that it feels really smooth. What kind of wood am I working on, Noel? I'm working on I'm working on a piece of cypress. I helped a friend cut down. That was actually had fallen already in his backyard. No, it's not African red oak. It's cedar, or I mean cypress. I mean, and it is grows all over here, and there's several different types of cypress. It does resemble the cedar family, but it also resembles the pepper family because it has a very nice aromatic smell, much like peppers. So kind of represents both groups. And what I'm doing is I cut this in kind of a oval shape. So we're going to make it as deep of a bowl as we can, but it's not going to have thin sides. It's going to have a flow down from the edge. I'll show you here. It's going to flow down from these edges into the bowl. The bowl is about, let's see, we're about halfway through the bowl, maybe a little bit more, and we should be able to do the bowl a little bit more aggressively now in places. But we had to redo the tenon because there was a lot of rough wood to go through, and the tenon on the bottom, the wood on the bottom of this is very straight like pine and tears out easy, and it tore out the initial mitered um, tenon that I had, so I had to do another one. Actually, the miter held up pretty well. It was the third that finally broke it. The first two we were still able to remount it, but by the third one, and I haven't even flattened off the top yet, it was already pouring too much to save, so we had to redo it. And when this live is posted later, you all can go back and kind of take a look at that. You can also take a look at the first turning we did. The first turning we did was a green bowl turning. This is the first step in it. I've got to get it into the microwave and get some of the moisture out of it. So I only turned it about halfway this time, but it's a beautiful cork oak. It's going to look really nice once I've got it all finished, I think. But I've got to try and make sure that we get rid of some of the moisture and not let it crack in the process. So it's going to be a real challenging piece to complete. But that's what I like. I like the challenges. If I wanted something simple, I just get a piece of birch or something and make a pen. But I'm not doing something simple and easy today. I'm doing going to challenge me a little bit, and let you guys get a chance to see me screw up. So maybe you can avoid some of the same screw ups. I mean, we all learn when we watch somebody else mess up. When you watch a guy who's doing everything perfect all the time, first of all, that's kind of boring. And second of all, you don't really feel like you're ever going to get up to that guy's level. You can see that you screw up just like I screw up. Sort of like watching a golfer hit a ball into the water. You know, and you can say, well, I can relate to that because I've done that before myself. It's kind of the same idea. So watching me screw up on these lives, and remember, I'm taking a chance doing these lives, opening myself up for, people second guessing me and all that. But I'll give you an explanation of everything that I'm doing. I'll tell you why I'm choosing to do it that way. For instance, I don't usually turn a whole bowl with a scraper. But this one, because of the nature of the wood, And you can see it's coming out smooth the entire time. I hardly even have to sand this when I'm done. Maybe just to get the gouges out, but that's about it. But it's turning really smooth and it's really hard in here. And it's allowing me to make a nice smooth turn. If I go in with the gouge, I'm just not going to get that same control, and I don't want it to come off of this miter again. Now, I could take this one and see if I can come down here. But I don't really feel like I'm doing any more than I would do with a scraper. That's really not giving me any more than what the scraper is giving me. Why not go with a safer tool? And I can take that scraper all the way through that cut from the top edge all the way down and smooth off a little bit more of this and get more of an angle on that. Okay? That's kind of why I'm doing it that way. Yes, it's a little slower. We'll try speeding this up a little bit. See what we can do out of that. That work a little better. Yeah, I gotta make sure I'm not getting that too sharp there. Every time I'm taking off a 64th or 32nd of an inch, whatever, getting a little bit closer to that bottom. I was measuring right now. I'm right about here. I can go about another 3/4 of an inch probably. I'm not talking much right now. I'm trying to concentrate on getting the end of the bowl. I want to see what that's looking like now. Yeah, we're starting to get down in there. We got the sweep going. Comes from the top up here. I'd like to get that nice and even if I could. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to. See how that's looking now. And obviously sanding is going to help some of this. There. Yeah. I can still go quite a bit deeper. Thought of using cherry tree that I cut down. Should I take off the bark? That's like a big band around the stalk. Yeah, possibly. If you got an embedded bark, yes, probably so. Yeah, you want to eliminate the pith if you can. No, in this case, I left the pith on this piece. It's a challenge among other things, but a lot of times when you leave the pith on, it will crack right at the pith. Here, this is probably a better example right here. If you leave the pith on, you'll start getting these radiant cracks, as you see, coming off of it, because that's where it dries the fastest, and it's the weakest point in the wood. It won't do so much on here. So that's why we spend a lot of time trying to preserve the end grain and so forth. And in this case, turning it partially, and then, man, this really feels wet. It was like 21% when I checked it earlier. This one is obviously drier and not going to be as much of an issue. It's already had its chance to crack, which it did a little bit right here, but nothing really serious from the pith area. So it depends on the piece of wood you're turning. Cherry, unless it's figured cherry, you're probably okay with it. But it depends. I got this nice little hole right here, wormhole, because this did have bugs in it, and that's what killed the tree. And that's one of the little wormholes that did it over the course of many years. So, and I got another one right there. So I think I can try and take that down just a little bit. The more angle that we get here, the more it's going to kind of show and look cool, but we got to be really careful how we do it because we don't want to catch the wood and end up with a problem. We want this out here to be taller than the rest of it. We want it to be angling in. We got to maintain that angle going into the bowl so it looks like it's flowing into the bowl. We're going to kind of do this a little bit more. Yeah, we get that? Come back to here. Very slowly edge it in, angling it the whole time. And honestly, I could use a different tool rest here, like an S curve or something to get in the wood a little bit more, but I'm not going that deep, and I got a pretty good control of this tool, so I'm not too worried about it. I saw something in the wood there I want to double check. Okay, good. So yes, we do have a slight angle going down. Let's use a little bit more. There you go. What do you think? Now we're getting it there. Okay. All right. So now I'll just smooth that off just a little bit, and we'll work on the bottom a little bit down here. Now I'm going to try using this one very lightly. Just a much more aggressive cut, but it's really good for coming around the corner here. See how that looks. Oh yeah, see now we're getting an angle down there. That's what we wanted. Okay, good. I'm a happy camper now. Now we're just going to take a little bit more out of the bottom because we should. And this will be the end of the shooting portion soon. Ooh, that's nice. Can I see that over here? Yeah. That's the shadow box my wife has been working on. It's coming out really nice. So, yeah, there you go. I know my father-in-law sometimes watches our videos, so put that in there for him to watch and a few of our friends. My wife is always so darn busy with these crafts and stuff, especially around the holidays. She made like 13 or 14 nativity scenes this year. And another 14 or 15 stars, boxes. And that's just November. So, yeah, he's pretty busy with that stuff. Okay, just gonna like smooth out a couple of these little spots, and we'll go to sanding. I gotta clean that out. There's a little indentation I gotta smooth out. Okay, we'll sand that out. We're pretty near the bottom. This is gonna be a heavy bowl. And it's gonna take a lot more working on to get it all completed. But we're coming up on 3 hours here. I need to get a sanding piece just a second. And sand this up and we'll be able to call it good, I think, eventually here. Would like some more likes if you can. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you can. Double tap the screen. Okay, we'll just get you to say anything disc on here. That's all. Okay. Let me turn this on just to collect a little bit of the dust. As you see, we did maintain some of that bark. Keep that nice and smooth. I need a sharp edge there. Yeah. Beautiful. Next, this is the 80 grit. I'm going to hit it. I'm going to go on up to the. I'm going to go up to the 240 grit here. Just to kind of give it a real nice edge. It really sands nicely. Yeah, it's really nice to see. Really good. Do a little bit on the outside again, even though I finished it. Over that bark again. Membrane. Right here. Get that one place where the bark broke off. Get that smoothed out a little bit. It's not really noticeable. It doesn't really affect the overall tooth. Get fibers that are coming out here. Once you get it sealed out, you get to where the fibers come off the edges. This one is good. Okay. Like that. Now, burnish it a little bit. If you like to do the burnishing, I'll do the burnishing here. I want to lose a finger now and again. I'm going to do this on the outside too. Not really cooperating with the outside too much. Yeah. Just stop. Too much banging going on with all this. Okay, so burnished. You have a little polish to it there. Great. Okay. Helmet off. That feels good. Got the helmet off. We're going to put a little finish on there. And we will be done, except for all the cleanup. Wish I could have you all come in and help with the cleanup part of this. That would be a lot of fun, but it's not going to happen, obviously. But you're here for the party. You're here for the party. I get to clean up after the party. Look at that inside. Look at that. Can you see that coming out here? Look at that. Just want to get it into that bark on the edges there. Feed that in there. What do you guys think of that so far, huh? What do you think of that? Yeah, I need something to do with all my downtime. Hey, I'm glad you made it, Chase. Hey, Robert. Hey, Big Dog. Hey, you guys all got back in here at the end. That's great. I appreciate it. I really do. We've been having a good time for the last 3 hours, and we've had upwards of 800 people or more at sometimes in here. Yeah, so cleaning. I'm at the finishing stages right now, and I'll show you guys what this looks like when I'm done putting another finish on it. But it soaks up the finish so quick. As fast as I put it on here, it goes away, which means it really wants it. So we'll have to put 2 or 3 coats on here over the next couple of days. Let it soak in. I've got a lot of bug holes in this in places, so I want to make sure it goes down into the bug holes and fixes the little. See right here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 bug holes. One here. There's all sorts. That's what killed this tree. Actually, was bugs getting into it over the course of time. But I'm going to. There you go. You can have some, and you can have some. The good news is I didn't get any of those holes on the inside. And that's what I was concerned with, is that I would get, holes that would show up in here, and it didn't. And so we made a waterfall type bowl where it kind of waterfalls in, uses the natural shape of the wood here to go into it. And I think it's going to look really nice when it's all finished. I'll probably have to put a gloss. I think I'll put probably a gloss finish on this when I'm done. We'll see. But for now, at least, I want to put a little on the back here. For now, at least, we will have this finished, so you guys can say, "Hey, I've watched him finish a couple bowls today." Yeah, this was a struggle, and you can go back and see what the struggle is all about. You can fast forward through it as you see fit. But okay, I'm going to take this off of here and let you kind of take a look at what it appears to be. So there's the bowl, and here's the outside of the bowl. I got a little mess there, and I'll clean up that little chatter spot. I love this bark here, and some more on this side. And then we got a different kind of bark on this side, because this bark is not the normal bark that you see on the cypress. So not sure how this formed, but we'll accept it and take it the way it is. But I think it's kind of cool. But there's our bowl. It's a hefty bowl. It's not a thin bowl. I didn't want to make a thin bowl. I suppose I could go back and make this a lot thinner, but I wanted to do kind of the waterfall effect on this one and preserve as much of this as I could. So that's why I went with this route. Normally I would go really thin out here, right to the edge. But I think in this particular case, this is what I wanted to get done. And so for now, at least, I'll leave it like this. I may go back. You never know. That's why I do these miters on the bottom, because then I can reattach it and I can go back and I can turn it again if I feel like it. This is really interesting to me, where the bark wood is along with the red cypress wood. So even this branch piece that came up here, I thought was rather interesting. The different colors again. But yeah, I will. Once this is done soaking in, I'm going to go back and sand it down some more so we get back to the lighter finish of the wood, and we'll go from there. But so that's the first bowl or second bowl. This was the first one, in case you guys didn't see it. And this is a green bowl, so it's only turned halfway right now. But what do you think of this bark? That's that cork. And the reason I turned it when I did is because it was starting to split, and I wanted to try and stop it. And my next step is going to be to put this in the microwave and get some of the moisture out, because this was at 21% moisture. It's got a lot of moisture to it, but it's also got some interesting grain here. And I think I can do this without it warping too much. And then we can put it back on the lathe and see what we come up with. But if it warps, that's okay, because of the way I've got it set up, it's going to warp out this way. So, and that's a possibility too. I just don't want it to crack out and lose all of this, because I think this is kind of interesting. So that's the two that we did today. And I want to thank everybody for being here. And I'm going to be signing off now. Let's see who else we got on here. Oktar, I was saying, engine work. Okay. Good to see you. Thank you. I hope you come back again. If you'll I see Black Magic in here. I see Octo. If you guys want to come back in soon, hello from Germany, by the way. I'm a German, so you're welcome here. That was Cypress, by the way, that I was just so you, if you were asking. Appreciate y'all coming in, and if you'll subscribe, you'll know when my next that time going live. Usually, I do a live every Thursday, usually around my time, which I did today, and then I will do somewhere else during the week, maybe one or two other times, and kind of it varies, maybe on a Friday or a Saturday or Sunday, or sometimes a Tuesday, like I did this week. So you never know when I'm going to pop back on, but I will let you know if you're subscribed. You will know that I'm going to be here. Hey, Buck. Hey, Jamie. I hope you got to see some of this, and if not, you're going to be able to look at it all and skim through it. It's a 4 hour at this point, so it's going to. But whenever they get it ready, I'll talk to you soon. Bye. I'm seeing I'm losing my picture now, so that's probably a good time to do it. I will see you all soon. Thank you all for being here, and hit the like button if you can.